one's in the voice chat yet, so... I'm gonna start off with a couple of announcements before we really get, before everyone joins me in the chat and everything. So, because I am going to be out of town on once a month with the dog group that we're part of, Alora and I go out of town, will not be at the computer, and all that for a get together with the dog group. The next 3 months have been planned properly in advance. So January 18th, February 15th, and March 22nd, we are going to be out of town. So that's the thing. Just for a little bit better context, that's for January is next Friday. So that's a thing. And later in the year, I believe July is when you guys are going to the...
On the cruise?
Yeah.
Yeah. July 15th, I believe.
Okay. I'll give me the official dates so I can update my calendar. Okay. Yeah. Hi, Laura. Okay.
Heyo.
So, hi, Rachel.
Hey.
Yeah, we're flying out of DFW around 4 p.m. on July 15th.
Yeah. Her mom's taking on a river cruise in Europe.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to France, Germany, and I'm gonna spend a few hours in Milan.
Yeah. So, I was just as a reminder, next Friday we won't be having a game. Okay. So we just need Eileen to... She's playing a game, so I have a feeling she's in full screen and completely and totally ignoring this. So, I have everything set up, actually, so...
Is Amaranth gonna be joining us?
She's been tied up with work off and on this week, so she might still be stuck there. I think they're working on some big project. Because she hasn't been getting home until like 9 o'clock or later some nights.
Well, they've got plenty to do in the meantime until the boss fight.
Oh yeah, there's other stuff that... I mean, there's stuff at the bottom of that hole. Where did you guys go?
I don't want to go down to the bottom of the hole. That room was painful.
Don't worry, you're amphibious.
We have a plan. We have a plan.
Yeah.
And you're amphibious, so you're good.
That makes me wonder what's in the bottom now.
Well, we're most likely gonna figure that out tonight.
Where in the flying cockadoodle doo? What did you do with my dice, Yuki? There's the D6 that I dropped last time was under here, under my desk.
Mm-hmm.
I had kind of just was ignoring it because it's just a D6 and it was right there. And now it's gone. And Yuki's the only cat that goes under there. Oh, wow. I have like 10 other D6s, so.
Yeah. Plus, you got some new Borealis dice.
Yeah.
Ooh. I keep resisting the urge to get more of those.
I got pink, green, and blue.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There's some Borealis dice that are going for like $500 on eBay.
What?
It's because they're out of print
Oh.
and they don't make them anymore. The reason they don't make them anymore, I found this out very recently, is because the shimmer that they used for the Borealis dice, in particular the ones that are going for 500 or more, is being used in German currency, so it's banned.
Why would you use it in currency?
I have no idea. Because they're crazy. But I've heard crazier, so.
Yeah. And we still don't have an Eileen. And
we know where B is. Amaranth is showing us online, but has not officially joined in yet.
oh, let's see.
Typing.
She's typing something.
I have a feeling because it's showing Eileen as playing 7 Days to Die.
Hmm.
Okay. So, no Amaranth. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's a tiny ass room.
Yeah.
Like I said, she's had a lot of office work and a lot of projects.
Yeah.
Surprise.
So, any word from
I-
Toby?
No word from Toby yet.
Okay.
I'm going to try messaging directly.
Okay.
Bureaucracy.
Oy vey.
Yeah. That sounds about like how a couple of weeks ago the management was flipping the flip out because of computer learning, and that wasn't getting done because they've been working us to death, and no one's had a chance to go into the office to do the computer learning, and
Eileen, don't make me call you.
Okay. Typing corporations and it typed as corporations. An extra T end up in there. No. That's worse.
What's the... No, I will be good. I will not get political.
Oh.
Yeah, please, no.
Yeah, let's not. Let's not. Okay.
People being
so...
stupid. It's not immune from government.
Oh no. Oh. That's all right. We get a special breed of customer at Walmart, especially on overnight. Last night we had someone. I was on break, so I didn't see this, but we had someone get so pissed off that she was going to have to check herself out, I guess, that she just threw her stuff on the ground and walked out the building. And then she came back. And then she came back and
of course
basically yelling at my CSM. She was like, "When's your store manager coming in?"
It's
like that's
coming
going
when
to
you're
do,
done.
That's literally going to do nothing, because people have been complaining about our staffing situation on overnights for ever.
Mm-hmm.
And literally nothing is getting done about it.
Well, part is you shouldn't need that many staff at night.
No, we really don't. It's just the lazy ass entitled people who think that they are above. They're yeah, pretty much. And like, we have old people all the time. They see that that they'd have to check themselves out, and they just push their baskets off to the side and leave. They don't give me a chance to say anything, because if I'm right there at the self-check, I will be, especially if someone's upset about having to check themselves out, I will offer to
play on Friday.
I had a feeling, because it was showing you playing the game.
Like it hasn't become a thing yet for me.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. We were just kind of worried, is all.
I
kind of had a nervous breakdown. I got my hair cut really short today too.
Huh?
Nice.
It is. It's a nice style.
It wears better on me than I was expecting.
Okay. So, B's going to be late. We have no word from Toby on whether or not they're going to be arriving. And, we have no Emra. Oh, that's good.
A pixie is slightly punkish, but still kind of in a pixie.
Yeah.
Super shorter in the back. Good.
Pardon me. Okay.
I got some of that colored hair wax. Stick it on my hair. Fun.
Don't get the iridescent foam. I watched the illogical train. It's terrible. Like, you remember how back in like the early 2000s there was the whole mousse trend and your hair was all stiff and everything from that? That's basically what that stuff does to your hair. It's like, ew, why would we go back to this? Why? No.
I don't know. The pineapple popcorn shirt thingies. You know the ones.
Unfortunately.
Those are starting to try and make a comeback. Like,
oh no.
Yeah.
I had two. They were really adorable, and I got them in New York, which is like the most fashion-forward place in the U.S. But
supposedly
that was years ago.
Yeah.
It was back before I even had.
So I saw one of those cursed things in the kids section the other night. Like, I kid you not.
I'm shivering just thinking about it.
Fortunately,
I want to come back.
Cold.
I mean, I work at Walmart, so Walmart's fashion standards are a little low, like a lot low actually. But I like to think that we usually have cute stuff, especially for kids. Like,
Yeah.
and that I saw that and it was like, why? Okay, so okay, I don't know if we need really need a recap, because last week everyone almost died.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
My dice table. I'm not going to be using my new dice, unfortunately, because
they tried to kill her last night.
yeah. No, not last night. Wednesday night.
When you use them, like.
Okay.
See, I blame you, Laura, because now I keep looking at dice, even though I don't need more.
Yep.
I
Also,
had to
it's funny.
tell myself
Blasphemy.
very strictly
Blasphemy.
after the Kraken Kickstarter that I can't really get more dice until
Yeah.
I think I've mostly stuck to that. Because it's hard to say, because when your business is really, you know, sometimes there's bleed over between work and
So I also the other day got I got one of those 3D crystal puzzles.
Oh, I got my brother the dragon one for Christmas.
You found the dragon?
Yes.
Oh my
I
god!
found my local Barnes & Noble had the red and the purple. I stopped them today. They only have the purple now, but yeah.
I'm gonna have to check your Barnes & Noble. Because I've been looking for that dragon. I got the duck though.
But yeah, my brother said it was really fun to
Yeah,
put the dragon together.
yeah. I got the rubber duck looking one, and I put it together and I painted the eyes blue, and now it's sitting on my desk for me to yell at when I'm having writing block. When I'm having writer's block.
Mm-hmm. The ducks help. They really do.
Yep, they do. I wanted something different than the cheapy rubber ducks, so I went with the.
Something you won't be throw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to end up getting a rubber duck, just because they're 97 cents. But
Well, get a horde of them, then you can recreate that one guy's videos where he has them coming out of the bathroom in hordes.
yeah.
Oh gosh. What a video.
Okay, so we discovered a room that is a death trap, almost literally.
Yeah.
It's basically a sand pit. Goes to a hole in the ground. Yeah. On the Sims, I have layers marked on the thing. Everyone has retreated from the room, and the mass amount of wisps and dust efforts that are in there, and have retreated to take a long rest and regroup and figure out their next move. So yeah, that's the thing right now.
We're all having fun.
Yeah.
So much fun.
And also, as a slight reminder, Layla has informed, has done a cursory examination of that he found, and it is divine in nature. Wasn't able to tell more than that it's linked to a primordial deity, but he has discovered that with the dagger he is immune to being blinded. Because dagger connected to the primordial deity. Yeah. So.
And Elvin has a crazy idea, but is scared that it won't work. And is most definitely going to attempt it.
Oh dear.
Try.
Yep.
Okay.
I can.
So everybody's been long rested, and
I'm no longer diseased.
yeah, that's nice.
I'm dying slowly.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Killing me softly.
Oh, good lord. Turning on my playlist because reasons.
Yeah. So. Going to say, just for the sake of that the other three are just kind of idly standing by.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Soul.
What did he do this time?
Oh, he's playing with a mouse.
Ah.
We've got hundreds of little fluffy mice that we bought for Hinata that she never played with.
These
And the
two kittens just
are going absolutely crazy over them. They're ripping them apart, stuffing it everywhere.
Occasionally they end up in Alora's shoes, and so just get attacked. Like they end up in the mouse or something shoe, and then I guess the kittens forget that the duck that's in there until they see it. And they attack the shoe. Don't know that it's in there, so we just see them pounce on the shoe, and it's like, what is so about that shoe that you had to stab it with your claws now? Cats. The cats.
Oh boy, Maka wants it now. Anywho.
Anyways. That's loud.
So.
Yeah, sorry.
So Elwyn is going to use his dagger and use it as a channel to attempt, at the very least, to communicate with his goddess of war and strategy.
And what was her name again?
Do I need to send the info again?
No.
That's a yes.
Just tell me your name. Yes.
Madam Sky.
Just resend it.
Okay.
Because I don't remember how far back it was on the thing, and I don't feel like scrolling up.
I'll just send you all of her info.
Okie
Hey!
dokie.
Hey!
They're
There!
being kittens. There we go. Load. Load. Okay, there we go.
And we did talk about her personality, right?
Yeah, kinda.
I think, Aries, but with boobs.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
That's the. that's the. Anyways, Okay. Ah! You know, she's your NPC.
Alright, okay. Cool. So...
I've already approved everything that's about to happen, so.
There's a flash of crimson light. And... Okay, where's my file? There it is. When the light fades, this woman, full plate armor, with a dark red cape and an axe on her back, appears. What's most striking about her is she has green skin, purple hair under her helmet, and a silver eye patch covering one of her eyes. Or what would be left of it, I suppose. And she smiles when she sees Elwyn. Good morning, cousin. Oh, here we go again. Hello, Madam Sky. You notice that Elwyn's accent has changed from what it was before. This is the divine accent. And then the two of them go off to talk in private.
Oh, there's a pen.
Interesting. Not usually how I imagine family would come calling. But this is not. This is not so normal, yes?
Layla just kind of, just like, it's normal for that type. Trust me, my grandfather does it all the time.
Alright, as you take your word for it.
So, any kind of blah, 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 blah. Oh, right. I was going to have Layla do a thing. Right. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Just because my thing wasn't lighting up and, okay. Layla, like, she kind of pauses to examine herself, and she's like, oh, where's my shield? And she and then she's like, oh, now I remember. They took all my stuff except for my stuff. and she just abruptly holds her arm and a shield appears on it.
Okay.
It is an interesting, and I
Wish I could do that.
Oh, well, it's actually a weapon summoning spell that my mom came up with a few years ago. I could teach it to you. After all this, it takes some time to...
I don't think it would work very well for me. I'm not exactly magically inclined.
I don't normally carry a shield.
Works. It doesn't just work for shields. Here. And she kind of just the room. She takes her staff and goes across the room, puts it in the corner. You might want to stand back. And she just kind of like she goes across the room from, and
That's not worrying.
she's like, You might want to stand back.
I'm moving away.
She holds out her hand and the staff starts to fly at her. So anyone who does not move out of the way is smacked.
He just goes take a step back.
Yeah.
Several steps.
She's generally follows direction, so
Yeah. And the staff just smacks into her hand, and it works for weapons too.
A la Thor.
Yeah.
With the umbrella and...
Yep. Yep. Except unlike that moment, the only time it does that is if the same room.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not in the same room, it's gonna just appear like her staff, her shield did. I made a spell.
fun. Good job.
But yeah, so yeah, that's the thing. That's anything that anyone else wants to do while we're waiting on Elwyn to come back.
Can I read through the book I got about Genasi?
Sure.
Sweet. Research time.
You get about 3 pages in before Elwyn comes back.
Welcome back.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Accent. So, what have you been up to?
Not much.
Not much.
What did
Learning
you
new
talk
tricks.
about?
I have a present from my cousin.
That is a good yes or no?
Oh, it's good in this case. Huh? He sensed that we needed quite a bit of help. Seeing as our circumstances are...
But some definitely would not go miss.
Well, seeing as our circumstances are less than normal and far from ideal, he gave me this. And he holds out a brooch with a silver, what looks like a chariot wheel, only it's missing a spoke.
Oh, you already did the thing. Okay.
Yes,
The wisps or all of them?
all of them.
Okay. I'm going to mark that off. Explain to the others.
Basically, this chariot wheel will summon my cousin directly if we break a spoke. And we can request, so long as it does not require her abusing her power, any kind of assistance of any level.
That's useful.
For example, just now, I made a request. That's why one of the spokes is broken. To eliminate all enemies in the room we were just in.
The sand room?
The sand room, yes.
Oh, yay.
Really?
Why is
They're
my
all
golden
gone
pendant
now.
dying?
They're all gone now. Except for the ones that we did not encounter.
Okay.
Including ones that could possibly be at the bottom of the well, and any that would be summoned by the teal light. Because that would have required her abusing her power.
Dog.
Wow. That is indeed quite a remarkable gift.
Had to go in timeout since they're dying on me.
Dog.
Alright.
We only have a limited number of spokes, though. So we can't just make requests willy-nilly.
Well, it is already just so very.
Huh?
We must make sure. Does this only work for you? Or if.
Or for anyone who breaks a spoke.
Then definitely make sure not to lose said item. We could do.
You're fine.
I won't lose it. And he pins it to his vest.
I will have to give thanks later when we have the time to do so.
We will.
Well then, shall we go back to that room since we're not going to be attacked by wisps anymore?
Yes, and I already have sort of a tentative strategy for what to do next.
Careful of the fountain behind you.
No?
The very least, we should go and see the effects for ourselves.
Might as well.
Alright. He heads to the room and opens the door.
And the room is empty.
Alright.
This will be interesting.
Still a hole in the center?
Yes,
No,
there's
perfect.
still a hole in the center, with the sand sliding into it. The light is the teal light is still above the hole. There are just no wisps or methods.
Bobby.
Definitely quite a feat.
It's something we could have done on our own.
Just with a lot of,
With
Request was
some
easy.
difficulty.
a lot of death and destruction along the way, but
Oh crap.
But since it was something that was possible by the hands of mortals, it didn't require my cousin to abuse her power.
Nope, I was bleeding and that was the dog.
What is that? Who is speaking?
Are we picking up my husband?
And
Okay.
you're breathing.
Like, Why? Who is speaking?
Alright, let me go adjust some settings. Testing.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Test.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That. Or.
Fine.
Here.
Okay, so
Me.
Lou?
I do have a tentative plan for how to proceed.
I got you, Eileen. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba. And Leo's just like, kind of pretty much everyone's kind of just trailing in a line, and it's a little crowded in the hallway.
Elwyn turns to Anahita. I have an idea, but I need your help.
Alright, what's the idea?
I want to see what's at the bottom of the hole.
Alright. There's some rope.
Sure, that's a good idea. I, for one, do not think it is a good idea.
Worth exploring. Who knows what we might find down there? Could be something useful.
Yes.
And if we use a rope, I can always get it back up.
You could always save it for later. We do not find any other.
I would save the rope until we're finished exploring.
Alright.
If enemies, we will need it intact.
Alright, so down the hall.
So here's the thing. As you go into the room, I'm going to need several different saves
Alright.
because the floor tips,
Mm-hmm.
and so who else is going into the room towards the hole?
Anahita will go in.
Okay, and
Elwyn and Anahita, it seems.
all right. So as the floor starts to slope, I need you both to roll a dex save. This is all going to be dex. So
Really?
what'd you roll
6.
with your?
That's with my modifier added.
Okay. You
13.
slip in. Okay. Akita
Yeah.
slips in. I'm gonna need another dex save.
Alright. Alright, 12.
You slide a little bit more, and I'm gonna need you to roll initiative.
I have.
Initiative. Oh, lucky.
Yes. Initiative.
12.
Okay.
I have advantage.
Yes. Elwyn also roll initiative.
I'll take that 14.
All right.
15, 16, 17.
See, rope.
So 17. Okay. And you rolled a 12.
Yep.
All right. A group of 4 mud mephits slop out of the sand.
Lovely.
Just 4 right now.
Holy crap.
I'm by the doorway, by the way. Like, I haven't. Yeah, I wanted to see how other people were doing.
How
Yeah,
much we're gonna die.
so
Do you guys want me?
Since there are enemies in the room, you can roll initiative and join in the fun.
Please? Like, do you want me to throw a rope, or do you want me to throw a
Alright, that's it. That D20 is going in the corner.
You are in timeout.
I need to get one of those little jail things for the dice now.
I can make
Oh, you're not the only one.
I want to
Dice shame. Dice shaming.
Dice jail.
Yep. Okay, so Zila, you wanna
Yeah, hold on. I'm it's,
hunting down inadequate dice?
fif- 15.
Okay.
I'm turned it down too low.
All right, so Elwyn, top of the round. The joys of being immune to surprise rounds with him in the party.
Yeah. I'm going to throw my dagger at one of the methods. The magic one.
Okay. Roll the hit.
Okay. Okay, hang on. Actions. There we go. Alright.
Alright.
Needed to see what
See what your modifier was?
Yeah. 19?
Oh yeah, that hits. Roll damage.
Okay. So. Oh, wait, let's see.
These arrows gonna pick up.
I'm going to roll my upper purple.
Okay.
D4. Break that baby in.
Cool.
Okay, so that's going to be
Stay close to where we were.
6 points of damage.
How much?
6.
Okay.
I'm not hot now.
All right. So your dagger stabs into one of the into the mephit that you threw it at, and
Oh, Maka!
What?
and
Hang on a
before
sec, guys.
you have any chance to react or anything else, your dagger is abruptly back in your hand. Your dagger left your hand just long enough to stab the crowd.
Wait, what happened? I was chasing cats.
Okay, your dagger popped out of your hand when you threw it, just long enough to stab into the mephit, and then went poof back in your hand.
Oh, that's convenient. Ellen kind of looks pleasantly surprised.
Magic daggers. Okay, anything else?
As my bonus action, I'm going to inspire Anahita with the little ditty from my pan flute.
Oh, sweet.
All right, and that's a D6 right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so have an extra D6 to add to a roll for
Sweet.
Anahita. All right, anything else?
No, I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay. Zelda. Zelda. Zila.
We were talking about Legend of Zelda today because music came up at our favorite restaurant.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm tired, so that's my excuse. Okay, Zila, it's your turn.
All right. Do we have people sliding to the Hole of Doom, or
Anahita is in the is a little bit further into the room. Her sliding was what summoned the methods.
yeah? You need a rope.
Layla kind of pokes her head in because she's not in the initiative, and she's like, "Do y'all need help?"
I hate sand.
It gets everywhere.
Would you like?
You referencing freaking Star Wars?
Of course
Would you
I
like
am.
me to? Would you like me to throw a rope to you, or should I just attack a thing, or you know?
I would say attack. I also without the rope. Hey, if I slide all the way in, I'll find out what's at the bottom of the hole.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
That's true.
All right. I guess I shall attack then, and I shall do another mud. Let's do a fire bolt.
Okay.
There's one closest to our sliding friend.
Okay.
Well, that was a 19 plus 5, so 24.
That hits. That hits.
So... for 7 points of damage, please.
Okay. So that's 13. Okay.
File damage.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Well, let's see. That particular method is going to spit a ball of mud at you.
Well, fine then.
So I'm gonna need a, let's see. Yeah, it's not a thing that I have to roll to attack on, because it's a... just to see. Okay, so I'm gonna need a dex save from Zila.
That could be unfortunate. Six.
Okay, you are restrained. That's all it does, is you're restrained.
Gotcha.
You basically got slapped with mud and it's sticking you to the floor.
No, my best boots, no.
And then,
She just looks back at the creature with the Spock raised eyebrow of, okay, really?
yeah. Another method is going to, come at you with a, to punch you. And so, it actually does hit. So you take 4 damage.
Great.
Basically, one method spat mud at you, and another just punched you. So you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
It's also your turn.
What?
It's your turn, Anahita.
Okay. Alright. I'm going to pull out my short sword and try and hit one of these things.
Okay.
Hey, this dice likes me!
Okay!
16 to hit.
Okay, that hits.
Alright. 4 damage. Alright, the other dice in this set is going in the corner too.
Okay. So, you did 4 damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay. One of my black D20s does not. It refuses to roll high if I put it through my dice tower. But it will roll high. It will roll across the board if I don't put it through my dice tower.
Yeah.
I don't know what the deal is with that. It's the same with one of my purple ones. Like, what the crap?
I hope none of my dice decide to do that when I get my dice tower in.
Yeah.
Because I ordered the dice tower. It's gonna be pink.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyways, top of the round, Elwyn.
Okay, grab my character sheet. Too close to Anahita, most likely. No, I'm just gonna throw my dagger again.
Okay.
So. Oh, 19 again.
Okay. Roll that damage.
Okay. Ooh. That's going to be 8 points of damage
Okay.
to the one I've already hit.
Yeah. Okay, it's looking really rough and sludgy.
Great. Yeah, that's gonna be my action.
Okay. Dagger's back in your hand. And because I'm going to safely assume that you use the magic dagger.
Yeah. It's the only one I've got drawn right now.
Okay. And anything else you want to do?
That's it for now.
Okay. Staying where you are, Rob, obviously. Zila,
Yeah.
your turn.
She slid further in, or
No.
What is that noise in your background? You got printers going?
yeah, it's a giant, humongous D20.
Another one.
Yes, this time in bright orange.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to get things done before the Ren Fair next week.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, then I'll do another firebolt.
Okie dokie.
I'm doing a firebolt, please. 15.
Oh, that hits.
Yay.
I'm assuming that you were attacking the one that, again, the one by Anahita again? Or are you attacking another one?
The same one.
Okay, Anahita!
Yes.
I need a dex save.
Oh no.
Alright.
I did 1 point of damage.
17.
She survives. Yeah, it's the
Good dice.
the method was looking really rough. Okay, so you have survived the explosion of mud.
Ew.
Yeah, mud methods do that.
Yep, death burst.
Oh no. Well, at least it's not.
So we are down a method.
I don't think there are acid methods, are there?
I know there's smoke, ice, dust, mud, magma.
No,
Yeah.
I was watching a D&D video the other day, and this one guy was talking about this creature that has a death burst that does acid.
I'm not going to do that to you guys. I promise.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be merciful and not call for another dex save for the floor.
Okay.
Basically a 2-in-1 dex save.
Yeah, I'm going to be merciful and not call for another one of those. So, speaking of the methods, though, I'm going to put that dice in timeout.
Which one was it?
Oh, the Pink Borealis.
Ah,
Oh.
oh
Okay.
crap.
All three of you need to do a dex save.
Oh crap.
All right.
15.
Okay.
9 for Anahita.
7.
I get like +4.
Okay. You are now.
losers!
Zila is now restrained for an additional minute. As another blob of mud. As another blob of mud.
I'm just slowly getting buried. Very, very slowly.
Yep. Anahita is also restrained.
Oh, lovely.
So you can't move. Elwyn manages to dodge the mud. And that is the
Yay,
Mephit's
Bard.
turn. It is Anahita's turn.
Okay.
Yay, Bard.
All right. So what can I do on restrained?
You can attack.
I can still attack. Okay.
Yes.
Yay.
You just can't move your feet, which is good.
Oh, sort of. All right. Is there another one within reach?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna attack them.
Okay.
Nine to hit.
Misses.
Yeah, I figured. Don't make me put you in the corner. I have other dice.
So, anything else you want to do?
I guess I'll plot my dagger with my other hand.
Okay. Anything else?
No, fine.
Nah, for now. All
right.
Call that good enough.
Elwyn, your turn.
Okay, the one that I've been attacking.
Is the one that died.
Okay, then I'm going to turn on another one and throw my dagger again, but this time I'm also, if I hit, gonna be adding a Titan Surge.
Okay.
Ooh.
That sounded good.
22 to hit.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Okay, so D4, D6.
Yeah.
That 6 plus 1 point of
Bless
radiant
you.
damage, so 7 points in total.
Okay. Bless
Thank
you.
you.
That was a cute little sneeze. Anything else?
I'm gonna inspire Zayla as well.
Okie dokie dokie.
I suddenly feel so much more accomplished myself.
Speaking of Zila, it is your turn.
Alright. Let's do a one that is not quite as gross. Be a little bit more out of the range of splash.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, so keep going with the firebolt.
Okay.
This one.
Yep.
Yes. 23.
Oh yeah.
Not the 10.
For 7 points of damage, please.
Okay. Anything else?
You are doing alright. Let me know if you need any more assistance than
You're the only
I'm
one who's
alright.
taken any damage.
Alright.
That's why I've been helping you out.
I don't know what to do.
All right. So, all three of you are about to take 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Great. So add that to my
So 4, right?
Yeah, 4. Okay. Anahita, it's your turn.
Alright.
And there is now a Mephit in everyone's immediate melee range.
Alright.
Because they just all punched you.
Well, let's try hitting back.
Okay.
Ooh, nice. 20.
That hits. Nat 20 or Tony total?
16 and then plus 4.
Okay. Okay. So,
Can I use the inspired for extra damage?
No, you can
it's
only
for,
use it
for a hit or save.
Ah. We'll save it.
or
Oh. Doesn't matter, it likes me. Alright, for 8 damage.
All right. All right. Anything else you want to do? Because you did draw your dagger.
Yeah.
You do
Let's
have
try-
2 weapon attack. You do have dual weapon, I believe.
Yeah. Let's attack with the dagger too.
All right.
that one you don't add your modifier.
Yep.
What?
That
The
one
second
you don't add
attack,
your
you don't do
modifier.
your modifier, but because
Okay.
it is to hit, you can add your inspiration if you wanted.
Yeah. 13.
That hits.
Oh, sweet. Good thing I used it then.
Yeah.
That wrong dice. Where's the D4?
Like,
my turn, right?
What was the damage on that second
6.
hit? 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
I heard it.
Well, I didn't. And that one is looking rough. So, Owen, your turn.
Since it's in melee range, I'm going to dagger.
Okay. Dagger that bitch.
Yeah.
Ah,
The first one is 10 to hit.
Misses.
And that one misses too.
So you just dagger air.
Crap.
Okay. Anything else you want to do?
I ain't moving.
Oh, you've learned from my mistakes.
Zila then.
I would like to continue the firing of the boats, please.
Okay.
As 15.
That hits.
Alas, for only 3 points of damage. It's better than none.
That's
Only-
better than none.
Better than missing.
Okay.
Twice.
In a row. Just... Anyways, anything else you want to do, Zila?
I will just be concerned about those in the room.
Okay. So, okay. Oh, yeah. All 3 of you take another 4 points of damage. They're
What was
just
that?
they're just smacking you. 4 points of damage.
On little old me?
On all 3 of you.
Yep.
Ow.
Don't make me get out my mass heal. I'll do it.
On a
My turn.
yes.
Except there's like only 2 of us. Well, no, there's 3 of us. No, 2. 2 of us
Okay.
take it down. No, wait, 3. Yeah.
There are three people in the room and 3 methods in the room at this exact moment in time.
Oh, sweet. Alright, I rolled a 22 to hit.
Hits.
Also, I believe I'm down to 12. Just to...
Yes.
I'm down to 13.
Yeah.
7 damage.
7 damage?
Yep.
Okay, roll a dex save. Okay, that passes.
Yes!
So the method in front of you explodes and just minor inconvenience of mud everywhere.
Ugh.
So, anything else you want to do?
How many do we have left at this point?
2.
2?
Yeah.
Can I throw my dagger at one of them?
Yeah!
Alright. 19.
That hits.
Alright.
Which one are you going after?
We'll go after the one that's closest, so I believe that's probably going to be the one by Zila.
Either way, I'm pointing at my screen like y'all can see. Elwyn's about in the first row of, if y'all have the stream up, Elwyn's in the first row of the death circle, and then Anahita, you're in the second row of the death circle, and Zila's by the door.
Oh.
So,
We'll throw the one at the door, lest it escapes.
yeah.
Alright.
Alright, 5 damage.
Okay. Elwyn, it's your turn.
I'm going to attack. Just knife strike, not throwing, to the one in front of me.
Uh-huh.
Natural 20.
Nice.
Too bad I blew it on a method.
Eh.
So. That's going to up to 4 plus my modifier. It's 8 points of damage. Yeah, 8 points of damage.
Is that with the crit?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I don't think you double the modifier,
No.
or do you? Okay.
It's double the dice.
Okay. Yeah. Then it's 8
Alright.
points of damage.
Alright. Just double checking that that's your crit damage. Okay. Anything else you want to do?
How many hit points are left?
That one hasn't taken any. Except
Oh.
for your smacking it right now.
Okay. Then I'm good.
Okay. Zila?
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna attack again
Okay.
because I have two
You
weapons
have
fighting.
yeah. And it's literally right
17?
there. It hits.
All right, rolling damage. Another 8 points of damage.
Okay. So stabby stabby.
Dagger, dagger.
Zila.
Another firebolt for 4 to hit will be 14
Hits.
for 4 points of damage.
Okay. It's starting to look kind of sludgy.
That is good.
Okay, and Elwyn and Zila, another 4 points of damage.
I thought you'd never ask. I think I might need to want to do some healings next time.
Healing would be appreciated. I'm down to
9.
9.
Zila's down to 8. Anahita, it is also your turn.
Alright. Is there a way to get out of being restrained? Because I don't think you can hit anything unless I move.
You can,
You can throw your dagger.
you have a crossbow.
I threw my dagger already.
She threw her dagger. It doesn't have returning.
I do have a
Oh.
crossbow.
You do have a crossbow.
Yeah, we'll switch to it.
Okay. I'll say since it's, you have it listed as being equipped, it's not in your bag or anything, it's just a bonus action to draw it. So you have your shot.
Alright.
Boom.
So 19 to hit.
Hits.
Well, attack the same one I hit before.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. 4 damage.
Okay. Alright. It's starting to look rough.
Yay!
Like it's moved out of starting to kind of sludgy to if that makes any sense whatsoever.
Kind of.
My turn, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna. Okay. 22 to hit.
Hits.
For 6 points of damage.
6 points?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, no, wait. Sorry, 4.
4 points. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That changes how sludgy it is. Not by much, but it changes how sludgy it is.
Dagger again.
Okay.
Level 6 act.
11 doesn't hit.
Actually, it does.
Oh, it does. Okay. Rolling damage. For another 4 points of damage.
All right. It's looking rough. Do I want to know?
Didn't expect it to have so many hit points.
Zila.
As the usual pattern we have found ourselves within.
You just like blasting things with fire.
17
Hits.
for 10 points of damage.
Roll a dex save.
Trying to get one that was out of the blast zone. I suppose they're kind of all around us and moving and stuff. Wow, every time I have done a dex save, it has been 7, and that has continued.
So you're restrained for an additional minute.
What else is new?
As the method explodes. And the pile of mud at your feet increases.
Ugh.
So we are down to one method, and it just rolled a nat 1 to try and hit Elwyn. So I'm making an executive decision and gonna say that it smacks itself in the face.
Oh, it's a Pokemon.
And does a little bit less damage than it would normally, but just enough for Elwyn to have to do a dex save.
14.
That passes. You have an inconvenient splatter of mud on your vest.
Ah!
And the minute has passed, so Anahita is no longer restrained.
Yes!
This was expensive. As he
Started the
mud off.
And Zila is still blocking the door in her pile of mud.
Well, haven't been able to move, have I?
Nope.
You can get through a friendly square, you just can't stay there.
Yeah.
Alright.
Layla is going to pop into the room, like slip into the room, kind of edge around the mud. Like, what just happened in here?
Ah, good timing. We
I
could use
saw
some
mud
healing.
I saw mud trying to block the door. What?
Perfect timing. We could use some healing.
Oh, okay. And so she just is like, oh, okay. That you could have called for help. I would have popped in.
No, I got it handled.
Okay.
Till now, it's, you know. It's
The
just
enemies are
been
gone now, so...
Let me load up her spells.
I think she has one of the ones that I have, which is Prayer of Healing.
Yeah. She's cleric, so she's got a lot of fun stuff.
Isn't she a level 10?
Huh?
Isn't she a level 10?
She is a level 8 grand total. Level 5 cleric, level 3 druid.
Huh.
And And it's going to be. Let me. Yeah, she has Prayer of Healing. That takes 10 minutes to cast. Gonna. Ba, 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 ba. Okay.
I mean, we have 10 minutes.
Someone's stuck to the floor.
Long enough for her to get unstuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll be able to move by the end of it.
So, yeah, she's gonna just,
Oh, it is 10 minutes. I'm gonna
it's
have
a
to
10-minute casting, yeah.
I'm gonna have to pay attention to that because that's not what we did when we were pushing those spells off last time.
Yeah.
Kuroshu attentive eyes.
Yeah. I was just looking at it, I'm like, do I want to do, the healing spirit or prayer of healing? And then I was like, prayer of healing is 10-minute cast. Okay. Yeah. She is going to cast the. She is gonna cast it at second level. So 2d8. So 10 minutes of you guys trying not to slide into the hole of death. And after a couple of minutes of her praying, of her doing her incantation, the mud kind of dissipates, dries up enough for you to be able to move, Zila, and
Well, that's no fun.
okay, 5 plus 4, and at the end of the 10 minutes, everyone takes 9 points of healing.
So Ellen's up to 18.
Yep. 17.
9! 17.
Yep. 18. And Anahita. 13. Plus 9. Okay. And Anahita is back up to full health.
You know, just to be safe, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself as well.
Okay.
1d8. 4. 8. Not a d10, a d8.
Okay.
And yeah, that takes me back.
Mm-hmm.
Because I rolled a 3. For a total of 7 because my modifier is +4.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't kill enough zombies,
Right.
it's like-
And just because I can, and she gets the feel, and she just decides. Partly because you were covered in mud when she came in. You're back up to full health too, Zila. Yeah, Layla just kind of, as she finishes her incantation, she just kind of looks at you and she just decides, and she touches your shoulder and casts Cure Wounds on you.
Thank you for the assistance.
It's just like, y'all really should have called, should have said something.
If you had not, we would have.
We had it handled to a point.
And that point is when you came in. Very well done.
So, perfect timing, I guess. So, so now what? You still want to investigate the hole? Okay.
Starts to brush the, remaining mud off of her legs.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to walk to the hole, Elwyn's just gonna slide to it.
Okay. Okay.
This seems inadvisable.
As you get to the hole itself, I am going to ask you to roll a dex save.
Okay, that's good. Math. 17.
You are not able to catch your footing to slow your fall into the hole to where you can get your bearings. Roll an acrobatics save.
That would be a check.
Well, acrobatic check, yeah.
My modifier is +6. And I need that +6. 17.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that you pass the check and manage to. Are you aiming for? You see underneath you a pile of sand and water around the pile of sand. Are you wanting to kind of flip into the water or onto the sand?
Water seems more realistic.
Okay. And given your trajectory, yeah, that with you falling. Okay. So you manage to get your bearings while you're falling, and you take 10 points of damage as you fall into the water.
Cure wounds level 1.
Mm-hmm. Then you immediately surface and heal yourself.
5 points.
Okay. So you only end up grand total taking 5 points of damage. Nightmare 21 minus 5. 16. Alright, and immediately roll initiative.
Anahita, help!
Oh, great. Alright.
Okay, natural 20, so that's 23.
Okay.
Doesn't get much better than that.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna slide down there too.
Alright.
Seems like a terrible idea.
Roll an acrobatics check, please.
Alright.
Why are we doing this?
Because we're suicidal, that's why.
This does not seem advisable.
We're treasure hunting murder hobos. What do you expect?
Not to be murder hunting treasure hobos.
It ain't
24.
24, okay.
Yep. This is why I do put everything in Dex. I love
All
my
right.
Dex.
So you manage to splash into the water near Elwyn without hitting him. And I'm going to say because of your species that you do not take, you take 1 point of damage. You managed to you managed to slip into the water with minimal issue, and So roll initiative.
Alright. 15.
All right. You see a, you guys see a, group, a swarm of quippers swimming at you.
A swarm of what?
Basically piranhas.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hey, Martha! Stop messing with Soul!
And in the
Martha's
corner,
attacking his tail.
in the corner, you vaguely see the outline of a treasure chest. So it was worth it. In the corner of under the water. So it is Elwyn at the top of the round.
Yeah, Elwyn's just going to start slashing with his dagger.
All right.
Dagger.
All right.
Cause Thunderwave in the water.
Yeah. No, please
That's
don't.
Anahita. That goes
no,
down.
no,
Doesn't
please
seem like
don't.
a good idea.
Nope.
Okay, that's going to be 11 to hit.
The hit you said?
Yeah.
Misses.
Excuse
Rolling
me, stay
again.
open.
Okay.
That misses.
What'd you hit?
2.
Oh God, yes, that hit. That misses.
These dice are fired.
Alright, and just a couple of notes with us fighting underwater. Elwyn will have to resurface for air. You know how this works, we've discussed it.
Yeah.
Anahita, you are actually amphibious.
I know.
You can breathe underwater, so you have no issues. For you, it's
I
like
can do
you're
other
on the
things,
land.
too.
Yeah, it's like you're on the land. Elwyn, unfortunately, is not amphibious. So, yeah. And also because you do not have to hold your breath or anything, you can cast while underwater. If you need to use any spells or decide to. Elwyn cannot. He has to resurface to cast.
Not that he has much of anything to cast.
Yeah. So
We'll see. I'm trying to look something up.
I'm mostly saying that with the underwater crafting because logic. I actually was not many official rules for underwater combat, despite there being underwater monsters.
Mm-hmm. Anyhow.
Anyways, if you're done, Elwyn, it is Anahita's turn.
Mm-hmm. I'm done.
Do they not craft at next level?
I know I saw it in here. Where is it?
What you looking for?
I'm looking for create or destroy water to see how much I can do, because I know that depends. I have an idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Because depending on how much water there is here, Let's ask that first. How much water is there?
The water itself is very deep. Like you can vaguely see the bottom, and the chest that has sunk to the bottom there. The water itself seems to be you're basically in an underwater lake.
Dang, it's more than 10 gallons then.
Yeah,
There goes my idea. I was hoping.
Could be worse.
You do also have shape water.
Yeah. It's just far less fun. It would be far more fun to get rid of all the water and have the fish just sitting there.
Yeah, and you could just walk up to the, and the lake is fed by an underground river, so, yeah.
Just a suggestion. Could you possibly take the fish out of the water, up through the hole, and onto the sand?
Hold on. I'm looking at the details on shape water. Because she also has that.
Yeah. Up to 5 feet in any direction. If it was more than 5 feet.
Yeah.
Sadly, no.
That's a shame that you can't freeze the water with creatures in
I
it.
know!
I was like, you freeze the water provided that there are no creatures in it. What?
Everyone get out of the water! But no, I can't even do that because there's the stupid piranhas in there.
thing is, you're still level 6 though.
What? You know, I'm not even going to ask for an explanation on his commentary.
Zila's like,
I
what's
feel like he's
going
playing
on?
another game.
Yeah, he's playing Talamh games. So.
I
Okay.
can't. So if the drop's more than 5 feet, I can't put them on the sand. Can I put them on the sand that's right next to the water, below the drop?
Yeah.
Ooh.
They could splash right back in, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
You need the rope now.
They can't
No, I
hear
need
you.
more water!
So they've slid into the hole and have gone down, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They are in the water. Zila is not. Layla is kind of. Hold on.
Or just me and Layla are just looking at each other like, I do not approve of this sanity. What do we do? Insanity.
Alright.
Okay.
I guess for now I'm just gonna
On the surface, really quick, I'm gonna pause in the combat. So you have another second to really
Think this
truly
through.
come up with what you're about to do. Layla makes the mistake of going towards the hole. Zila sees this. Okay. She manages to get her footing in the first little bit, and then she slips in the second little thing,
She had a read.
and she legit falls into the fucking hole.
Oh,
Oh no!
And what is
I
her
don't have light armor.
hold on. Because she's not wearing plate armor.
Well, thank goodness for that. Otherwise, you would be thinking.
She manages, she barely manages to realize what is happening as she's falling through the air, and
Oh, no.
she puts her shield under her like a slide to use as a slide.
Sled.
As a sled.
we're going like a lost.
And she
Can't say this hasn't been done in my campaign.
Like a
and
lost. What have you done?
thunks on the ground on the sand and slides into the water.
Can I throw her the rope before she gets there?
Like, I'll hold on to one end and throw her. Like,
She's using both hands to hold her shield underneath her.
Well, I'm just gonna see if I can just throw it and so it kind of gets on her. Maybe it'll go down with her.
So, she is now in the water with you guys. And she resurfaces and she's like, okay, that was a bad idea. And now that there's a rope hanging, dangling under the, dangling down the hole.
Oh. Poor Sasha.
just stand there and be like, this is our first mission together.
And
I
it's
am
not
not
the rope isn't even dangling all the way into the hole because Zayla just threw it without going in down the slide area. So it's like halfway into the room.
Over 50 feet will get me.
Alright.
Yeah. So yeah.
Why would they do this?
And she's now.
I do not know them that well. Yeah.
And she's now also in the initiative.
Disloyal.
And she has advantage on initiative. Why am I not doing advantage? Oh yes, that's much better.
Maybe I have signed up with the
More stranger ones. Is this a thing that people do out here in the common?
Oh gosh.
And having heard Layla kind of yelp as she slipped, Candy just kind of came into the room like, "What's wrong? What's wrong?"
I'm throwing me in the water!
Our companions are a little, I'm not sure what to call them, but they have slid down into the hole of we have no idea what is down there. I'm not too sure that is the best course of action, but, I have thrown the rope. You want to stay here with me and hold rope just in case, companions come back up this.
Sure.
I'm gonna sit there and hold the rope and hope.
Okay.
What?
So right before Anahita tries to do anything, Layla splashes into the water. Anahita, what were you gonna do?
I'm just gonna attack the little fish things.
Okay.
We'll save. For now, we will save my cool water stuff.
Yeah.
Not just yet. Really? Really nice. Do you need to go in the corner again? 6 to hit.
That misses.
We love you. Just because we roll once doesn't mean we don't love you.
Yeah. So that misses.
Don't make us orphans.
That misses.
Alright. Alright. I'm done.
Okay. So the quippers, the piranhas. Oh, they don't need advantage on that.
Oh crap.
They don't need advantage on that. What do they want to go after? Who do they want to go after? 'Cause either way it's gonna hit, and either way you're gonna get,
Pain.
yeah.
You cannot hit me up here. There's neither.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna say Anahita,
Alright.
and,
Can I hear them at all?
you probably heard the splash,
That's probably about it.
so you know there's water down there.
It's like somehow tell me if you need Leah, if you need
Well,
You need spare the dying.
the other cleric is down there, and she does actually have spare the dying, and she's gonna need it because Anahita just took a crit.
Oh.
That was 28 points of damage.
Ouch!
Yeah.
Piranhas are evil!
Yeah. They just legit just try to eat you. And let's see. Ah,
Yeah, crap.
yeah.
Get out of the water.
It's a cantrip. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. Because she legit just she's rolled initiative, but she's not officially in the initiative just yet, so she's not. Okay. You are stable.
Okay.
But you are
Not stable for long.
you're stable, but not dying necessarily. But
That's what's
yeah, when she has a turn, she's gonna properly heal you. But it's like she sees the fish come at you, and she's like, she slides out of the way. You fall unconscious. She's like, yeah, and she like touches you, like, yeah. Spare the dying. Yeah. I'm glad I came down here.
My turn?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try
Pull
something
once for we're fine. Pull 3 times for help, oh my gosh.
The rope that they can't reach because it's like dangling only a couple of feet from the. It's a really far drop.
I said I'm going to try something crazy.
Do the thing.
Okay, Owen is going to surface momentarily, and then he's going to cast
Cast what?
Cloud of Daggers.
Okay, it cut out on me. I didn't hear. Okay, cloud of daggers.
Right on them.
Okay.
And I'm spending a Titan Surge.
Okay. And that is a.
That is a level 2 spell. And it's 44.
Okay.
Okay, help me keep count. 2, 3. That's total 3. 4. 8 points of slashing.
Okay.
And 2 points of radiant.
Okay. So, grand total.
And it's going to stay there, so on their next turn, they're going to take another. On each of their turns, they're going to take another D4, 44 damage.
Okay.
And it's Anahita's turn right now, right?
Yes.
Because...
No, Layla, actually. It's Layla's turn.
Okay, I'll...
Okay, so you did 8 points of slashing and 2 points of radiant.
Yeah.
Okay, 6 points of damage.
Layla's turn, yes?
Yes. And she is going to summon up the healing spirit.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yes, we can use that.
She's just like,
Yeah.
She summons up her healing spirit, and she's going to cast it at like the highest level that she can cast it, right now. Like, yeah, yeah. She casts it at level 4. So everyone cheers. 1, 2, 3.
That's a beautiful sound.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 points of healing.
I'm not totally dead.
I'm
Yep.
back to full.
Yep. Yeah, everyone in the room takes 11 points of healing. Okay. And for the next minute, anytime you get hit, you automatically get healed.
Ooh.
So, Anahita, it is your turn now.
I got some fish to kill.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why you do this to me, dice?
I do not know.
7 to hit, which I doubt hits.
Nope.
Alright, I'm swinging with my dagger. Why?
Put it in the corner.
Alright, that one's going in timeout. You don't like underwater combat? That's fine. Alright. Oh, I missed. I rolled even worse with that one, so.
Hey. Okay. Alright, so yeah. So you missed on both of those?
Yeah.
Okay. The swarm is
8 points of damage on this first.
Yep. So, okay. The swarm is, going to attack Elwood. And
Crap-tastic.
misses, but they are now occupying your space.
Oh, lovely.
As long as that space is still within the,
They
Cloud
are
of daggers.
occupying your space.
Okay, I'm just going to carefully lead them back to the Cloud of Daggers.
Yeah, they are surrounding you. Like, because nature of swarms, they can occupy another creature's space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah.
Sela, the lone survivor.
Sorry, guys. She's a little bit too cautious to jump in a hole after you.
Yeah.
Especially on our first mission.
Yeah.
Are you saying this was a bad idea?
I did say that before you jumped down holes that it was a bad idea.
She did. She did.
I'm basically going to I'm going to basically take my dagger and do, in sort of a spinning move, just slash at him.
Okay. Roll the hit.
And use this D20 because reason. That's probably not going to hit.
What hit?
10.
Oh god, no.
Okay, try it again. Dagger, dagger.
Okay.
That's even worse. 8, 9.
Underwater is sucky.
This underwater combat is your dice are no one's dice are liking underwater combat but mine.
Okay,
You're fine.
and I'm going to use my movement to swim out of the swarm.
Okay, they
You
get a
notice-
reaction. They get a reaction because sharing space. However, they once again miss.
Okay, and you notice that for a humanoid that is used to being on land, he's quite fast underwater.
Yeah.
He moves a full 30 feet.
So you
In
just
the
full
time it would,
you just move your full movement out of there.
yes.
Okay then.
He
Boom.
moves a full 30 feet in the amount of time it would take someone of a similar nature to swim 15.
Okay. Yep. And the fish try and bite at you as you move out of their space, but they fail. So, that's the thing. It is Layla's turn. And she is going to, will her, the healing spirit to heal Anahita, or I'm trying to make sure that okay, yep, or 1, 2, 3. Because she cast it at the highest level she could. You're getting a lot of heals.
Okay.
Boom. 5, 10, 13 points.
Yay! I am healed.
You are fully healed. And because it does not take an action to will the creature to do anything, she is also going to cast
Tell me she's gonna do something to force the animals away.
No. She's gonna do something badass. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's the lowest you can do that. Okay. 2d10 damage. Is it a roll to hit? No. Okay. It's not a roll to hit, it's just 2d10 damage. And let's make a constitution. Okay. So the fish are engulfed in a because she does not have any kind of breath holding skills or anything, so Layla is kind of just bobbing at the surface occasionally, just kind of dipping under to see what it's, to try and get a full view of what's going on, but she's kind of just at the surface. She holds her staff up above the water, and a beam of light, just pure white light, flies out of, like, from seemingly nowhere, out of the ceiling, directly over the fish, like into the water and everything. Lights up the area and lights up the area with dim moonlight, and the fish seem to be engulfed in flame. And they take 14 points. Okay. And the fish are now looking a little rough.
Okay.
And it is Anahita's turn. Yeah.
Alright. So I'm assuming they swam away for me to go after him.
Yes.
Alright, let's swim after them.
Okay.
And I will attack
Okay.
my sword.
Why? Why you hate me?
6 ain't gonna hit.
No, unfortunately.
Alright, I'm done.
Okay. It is now the Clipper's turn.
You're going
And-
to round 2.
Hold on. Oh, they failed that. Okay. So, they take just enough damage from the moonbeam that is still active, and all the fish fall dead.
Oh, well, never mind then. Forget the cutting words. Elwyn's going to point to the treasure chest and swim down there.
All right.
Once
Alright,
again,
I'll follow.
very unnaturally quick for a land dweller.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll follow him down because I can keep up.
Okay. Layla just stays on the surface because a strong swimmer she is not.
Elwyn's going to attempt to open the chest.
Okay. It opens with relative ease.
Grabbing the loot then.
All right. That would be. I hadn't decided what was in the chest. I knew that the chest was down there, but I hadn't decided.
Oh, motherfucker, you can.
Always.
But what you do find in there is a sort of what you could the decayed remains of what could have been a leather sack and 20 pieces of coin that gleam silver in the dim light. I am not going to tell you whether it's silver or platinum, though. They look silver colored.
Well, Elwyn's gonna scoop him up.
Okay.
Anything else in there?
There is a busted up vial.
Probably contained something useful at one point.
Yep. And a hang on. Okay, 5. And a the what? Okay. And a I'm sorry.
If you say a deck of cards, Elwyn is slamming the chest shut.
No. No, there's not a deck of cards in there. If there had been, it would have been
gone.
Yeah.
it would have been long decayed in the water.
True enough.
Okay. A ring with a might be blue. It's really low light down here, so you can't really quite tell the coloring. But there's a ring.
Okay.
Elwyn gives the ring to Anahita.
Thanks.
I left, I came back. Did you notice? I left to go get a quick drink of water, and then I had a discussion because we're trying to figure out how do we get our yurt parts to the fair with only one car, and we've got X amount of people, and we're just,
Okay. And
Anyway, enjoy.
at the bottom of you can see something in the shattered remains of the glass of the whatever vial was there. It looks like another ring that looks almost like a metal feather.
Ellen's gonna hold on to that one for the time being.
Okay. And
is there anything else in or around the chest?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Is there anything else we can see?
Skeletons?
While we're underwater.
Gee, I wonder how they got there.
I have no idea.
As you look back, there is another group of quippers coming at Layla.
I point to the surface and swim up to the surface.
They're occupying her space, but otherwise kind of just swishing around her and hopping out of the water. But she's somehow managing to block them with her shield or just get out of the way of attacks. And Zila on the Zila and Candy both can hear up in the top of the room her shouting, in shock and ah! And oh god. Oh god. Okay.
Oh, that's never a good thing.
Candy.
Oh no.
Candy, having heard the splash, flips up the hood of her cloak that she's wearing and starts for the hole. Despite Zila's probably Zila's arguments against that, because there's a hole. We don't know how deep it is.
I'm waiting for Anahita to get back to the surface.
As Candy slips on the first step into the sliding sand,
no.
and does not manage to regain her footing.
Why?
Slides right down into the hole.
Oh no.
She not use the rope to help her at all?
She tried. She failed. She rolled a nat 1 on her first dex save, okay?
Oh no.
This dice is being retired for puppeteering. Like, that die is bad.
Yeah.
Bad dice.
Bad dice. And it's one of
Into
my
the
brand new
corner.
ones, though. Okay. And, then she is
At least she's
not
okay.
able to, she's not
Oh
able.
no.
Oh, hold on. What's her acrobatics? Hold on. Let me double check her acrobatics real quick
Probably
before
not
I
good.
say that she failed this save. Or this check.
Where'd my leg go?
She just kind of yelps as she falls into the hole. And, hey, don't do that. Bad Chrome. Bad computer. It pretended like it was about to crash.
Oh
Chrome
gosh.
It just disappeared and reappeared.
Ugh. Hate when that happens.
This is acrobatics. That's acrobatics. Oh god. Okay, yeah. She is not able to catch herself or anything. And she takes... Oh, that's not too bad.
At least she's a genasi. She can't drown.
Yeah. She does take 13 points of fall damage. And then she...
Oh shit, this was not.
She slides haphazardly into the water.
Is Anahita at the surface yet?
Yes.
Yes.
Before anything else happens, Elwyn breaks another rope on the street wheel. Get us out of here!
Out of the water. We're done.
And we are carried up the water into the hallway. The clippers around us, taken with us, and they're just flopping around uselessly on the floor.
Yeah.
Jayla's just
And
standing
after-
there holding the rope and just watching you and just, she's got a strong
And
hold
then
on the rope.
they just pop, like, appear. Like, they
Like
just
there's
fly
a-
out. As if they were on a magic carpet and just fly out. With this pile of fish.
There's an audible. And
You guys thought-
now they're behind you.
Oh, she dimension doored you. Okay.
Yeah.
that's like a... So you guys, all of you are now in the hallway, and this pile of fish around Layla is just flopping around uselessly, and they eventually run out of air and die.
I say we eat the fish.
Just
Which sounds like a very good meal, actually.
Yeah.
Did you find out what was at the bottom of the hole?
Yes.
Grin on her face.
Death is down there.
But it was worth it for what we found.
And,
I got a ring.
We both got rings, and we're pretty sure we may have picked up some platinum.
Or silver.
Or silver, one of the two.
It was worth it. Sort of.
Okay. Hold on. There was 4 there. Okay. 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 I'm... One second. I'm doing a thing. Okay.
You know, just because I can, and because we're probably going to take a long rest anyway, I'm going to cast Cure Wound on...
Do you want me to do prayer of healing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. That reminds me. Actually, hold on. Because her healing spirit was actually just about its final action would be to
heal.
knock Candy back up to full health.
Nice! Okay, never
And then
mind.
it dissipates. So, before you use any spell slots...
Thanks for
I'm
that.
still alive.
Zayla just continues holding the rope for a little while.
Sela,
Zayla, we're all here. You can...
Out in the hall.
It's kind of like a, see, I was trying to help a little bit. I'm just not like the
Put
rest
the
of
rope away.
you can hold the rope.
She slowly starts to coil it back up and just shrugs like, what? I don't know. I have much to learn about all of you in these more common world places.
Okay, so
Still on some
there were
adjusting.
actually only 3 involved with that. Okay. 7 involved. Okay. 3.
Eva! It was just the dice being rolled from like for oh
Oh my goodness!
Baby!
I know a leaf rustled across the street. I'm sorry. Oh.
Come here. Fine.
Tifa!
Alright, fine. Go examine that there's nothing wrong, because there's nothing.
Okay. Alright.
Go back to the room and take stock of what we've got.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And a long rest. Or, yeah, a long rest.
At the very least, a short rest. Like, but at the same time, that was a little bit of an ordeal. Like,
It would be kind of hard to do a long rest. We just
Yeah.
had a long.
you just
Yeah.
had a
Yeah.
long rest. You
fair
could,
Yes.
I would say that, ba 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 ba. I don't have it built, but I would say that there's a, somewhere in the main temple, like where there's in the no enemy zones.
Mm-hmm.
There's a spot that you could potentially cook something, so you could cook up the fish and eat them.
Yeah, let's do that during our short rest.
Yeah.
Identify, take stuff what we've got, cook up the fish and eat them.
Right. And now that you've taken stock of what you've got, you, Elwyn, being familiar with money and everything from your life experience,
Yes.
realize that what you found was, while same color, was not, in fact, silver, but 20 platinum pieces.
Oh my. Well, I'm just gonna divvy that up evenly among the party.
Sweet.
Did you find that down the hole?
Yep, she found that.
Yeah.
He found that down the hole. Okay,
Zila politely
so-
tries to decline it if you try to give her anything.
So that would be a grand total of 3 pieces of platinum for everyone.
Yay.
4 for, I would say 4, probably keep an additional 4, an additional 1 for you, Elwyn,
Okay.
because you're the one who found it.
All right.
So, yeah. Y'all now all have some platinum on your person. And,
I can buy new clothes.
yeah. And, the rings that you found, the one that you slipped to Anahita, does in fact have a blue gem on it. There's not an image on it available on here. I'm just winging this. It's a silver ring with an aqua colored gemstone in it that kind of in the light kind of wavers, almost as if you're looking at a thing of water. It is a ring of swimming. Your swimming speed while wearing it would be increased from 30 to 40.
Ooh.
And the feather-looking ring that you found at the bottom of the treasure chest is a ring of feather falling. Which, if you...
Hello?
Did it quit on you?
I am...
I think that's a yes.
DM, come back.
I can hear you guys.
Oh, now you're back.
Okay.
Hang on. What's going on with the stream?
I got disconnected for a second. It's reconnected.
Okay. Alright.
When I get the video uploaded on YouTube, it'll be the full because it's been recording.
Yeah.
Not just streaming, it's been recording. So
Right.
that's full with no issues. Okay, so ring of swimming, increase your swimming speed, and ring of feather falling that slows your falls.
Me too.
And
Featherfall.
no damage from falling.
If only our
Excellent.
cleric had that years ago.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna keep that one.
okay. All right, and you can take the short rest to attune to that because you have to attune to it.
The Ring of Feather Falling doesn't require. Oh,
Yes, it does.
I guess it does. Huh. All right. And it says short rest for. Yeah. Okay. All right. Short rest.
You have a pet mouse.
I do, because I'm an urchin.
Okay. I was
I
like,
thought it was with the urchin.
she has a pet mouse.
That's fun.
You can pretend it doesn't exist. I don't want it.
Okay. Like, that was weird. Like, I was scrolling down to make sure that the ring of swimming didn't need attunement, and that just was there, and I'm like, oh, okay.
And I'm
Anyways.
already a D6.
Okay.
So you guys, anyone who needs it will heal an additional 3 points.
Everyone is at full health, so
Okay, never mind.
that would be everyone is at full health, so that would be a waste of
Okay, never mind.
yeah. Before it's full, I'm like before it's fully cast or anything. Yeah.
All right. Elwyn's going to start cooking.
Okay.
Eat the
So-
fish.
I want revenge. You can do that.
So yeah, y'all are gonna do that. I'm going to divvy up. I'm gonna adjust your XP for the.
And I've already added everything to my inventory, so.
All right. So on refreshing, you might
mine.
have to make
On
some
refreshing, I'll have to. Yeah.
make an adjustment. Okay. So you gained. So I'm gonna mute myself while I do all this. While I do all this math and stuff. We can take a short physical break and get back to it at the end of the short rest, or
All right.
whatever we want to do. So, yep.
Yeah, Elwyn's just gonna be cooking. Still living under the thumb of my father.
I don't know. Oh my gosh. Okay.
It didn't seem worth it at the time.
I'm going to have to edit the video.
My one and only act of rebellion against him.
Swimming.
It wasn't viewed as proper for someone of our standing.
Well,
Especially not with the company I kept.
she reaches into one of her pockets and takes out a small coin. Since we're sharing, this is the only thing I have left of the man who raised me. She flips it over and you see that it has 2 heads. It's basically a trick coin.
A trick coin.
Yeah.
Just an observation. I'm not judging.
He wasn't the best person in the world, according to some people, but he did take me in. He could have just left me to die.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate everything he did for me. I just wish he'd lived a little longer. You do cons long enough, someone gets mad at you eventually.
He nods. And he has this very sympathetic look on his face, like, I want to adopt you. But he doesn't actually say it. Like, he would be the type, like, I want to adopt everybody. I wish my mother could have been more available.
There.
I don't resent her. I mean, she is a goddess. They tend to get busy at times.
But at least she cares.
She does. Which is more than I could say for my father.
More than I can say for my parents. They abandoned me on the street as a baby. So
My father has been emotionally abusing and lying about me since I was born. And he banished me for falling in love. Well, if there's ever anything you need from me, don't hesitate to ask.
thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
And he also finds himself glancing toward Bela, but immediately gets back to the fish.
I laugh as I
And then he
listen to the video.
gives the fish to everyone that's awake.
She nods and thanks you.
As if things weren't awkward enough, huh?
Sela's just a little... Right at the moment.
A little what?
She's not quite sure.
She's feeling a little awkward with the party right now. Because she's the only one that had jumped down the
I will be right
and
back.
she feels a little bit
Just
like,
needed
well, should I have done it? Is that she's trying to figure out if this is something that, like, is that something that because she's just not been around people much, you know, is that where the the difference is in this situation, or is it something more honorable, or whatever? So she's just a lot of confused and trying to figure it out. So she's having quiet time, just kind of contemplating maybe.
Well, Owen sits with her while everyone's eating the fish, and it's like, Zila, there's a saying I heard once. And my father used to pull it on me all the time. Whenever I asked him for anything. Which any of the other children had. Well, if the other children were jumping off the bridge, would you follow them?
Things are going on with my players that I'm not.
Do children
privy
jump
to.
off bridges?
I'm a file. I don't care.
Not typically.
Not typically, no.
Oh.
So it would not be a good idea to follow after them.
I'm hungry.
Ah.
Of course, if I ever asked my mother for anything that the other children had, she'd give it to me.
I see.
So, I guess the point is, you need to make your own decision on whether or not follow the leader is a game you want to play or not.
I see. Well, it is still very new to me. I'm still very new out into the world. Proper, anyways. So I may take some more time to adjust to things before I can truly figure out what more I personally desires rather than what I think is correct or not.
Oh, this kitchen. Sorry, my chair isn't the most comfortable. It's one of those cheapy ones from Walmart.
Because we're poor.
Hmm.
Okay. So, part of the reason why I needed to do math, calculating experience, making sure that no one leveled up and needed to do new spells or anything. Unfortunately, no one leveled up. So,
Aww.
That's
Zeala's getting close though. So, everyone's eaten, sort of refreshed. As refreshed as you can get after a
Short rest.
short rest. And eating. So, and Candy has just kind of embarrassedly put the hood on her thing, on her cloak. Yeah. That didn't go so well. It took until she was eating to realize that she still had the hood up. But
Nobody said anything about it.
yeah, she realized it, and she's just like, flip the hood down and. At least she had the foresight to flip the hood up despite being a Genasi and being amphibious. She pulled the hood up before she went barreling into the hole.
Yeah. I
So,
can't imagine how such a cloak would be useful for a water genasi anyway.
it doubles her swimming speed. That's literally all it does.
no.
Yeah.
That's literally all it does, is double her swimming
Her
speed.
swimming speed is 30.
Yeah. So she can
With
get
the
60.
hood, her swimming speed is actually 60.
Fine.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. She's fast. Underwater, she's fast.
She go fast.
She go fast. Anyways, so we're going back into the room. Into the room of death. That is now cleared out.
Slowly and kind of just like almost drags her feet up.
Yeah.
This is the only area we have been to.
Yeah.
Well, the my sim is trying to climb back up the pole.
Your cinnamon bun is trying to climb up a pole?
Oh, if you watch the stream, my sim is climbing up and falling down the hole.
Oh, it was
the pole.
that it was
There she
offline.
goes. She got it. She got it. She got up there. She got up there. She's good. It took her a few tries.
Teleported her.
I didn't feel like it. I've never watched a sim climb up one of those poles.
So it seems.
Okay. So the room is pretty much safe now, so long as you keep to the edge.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. And the door is still locked on the other side of the room. The one that Tizius cleared last week. Last time.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone doesn't even have like a lockpick or anything.
I have thieves tools.
Yeah, you have thieves tools, so that includes a lockpick, right?
Yes. It is mainly lockpicks.
Okay. So you could
Why
try
did
and
it
unlock
say
the
that?
door.
Alright.
There's tools to pick locks, disable traps, help you steal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I used to be. Alright. Well, let's try and unlock the door.
Okay, dokie.
Are Tisius and Luxio with us?
I'm gonna cast.
Trailing behind, yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to give you guidance before you do that, and you can roll a d4 and add the number to your ability check of voice.
Okay.
I'm going to inspire her as well.
Everyone's just like,
So you can also
everyone's
add a
just like,
D6.
go on Hita, go on Hita, go on Hita.
Sleight of hand check.
Yes.
Okay.
The cleric almost thinks about blessing someone so that they can pick a lock, but
That makes it 21.
Oh yeah. Takes a couple of seconds, but the lock just click. And you can now open the door.
Sweet. We can leave. We can shut this room. Put it behind us and never come back.
We can only hope.
Okay. So sorry, I got hungry. I'm eating my... Okay. You come into a hallway, and the hallway has an archway at the end of it. It's a very short hallway. Like, can barely fit 3 or 4 of you. No Tisius is gonna fit in there with the rest of you in there. So, you can barely fit a quarter of your group
Oh dear.
into this hall. And in the next room, for all intents and purposes, a pretty big room, like about the same size as the crypt with the pervy ghost.
Oh no.
Oh gosh.
Otherwise, without actually fully entering the room, it seems pretty empty.
What color lights?
Normal, actually.
Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, Elwyn's gonna go into the room.
Okay.
Zila as well.
Alright. I'm gonna need you all to roll initiative then.
Oh crap.
Alright, I'll go in too.
I don't know. Did you say please?
I'm just kidding. Don't help me.
Okay.
If you don't roll initiative, a dire rat is about to just ambush you.
Yay! I rolled low.
11! Great Anahita.
Yay!
Where can I put my
15.
pizza? I need a place to put my pizza so it's not in my way. Nice. I know. Put it right there. There we go. So,
This session brought to you by Top It Off Pizza.
yeah,
Always order carry out.
yes. Like, good pizza. Bad atmosphere. What itself. Like, the pizza is good, the bread is good.
Last.
We
Too many
ordered bottles
carbs.
of water, and she fortunately didn't charge us, but she did only give us cups for water instead of bottled water like we asked.
And we could see the bottled water in the refrigerator right behind us. And we ordered
Uh-huh.
right behind her when we ordered it.
Yeah,
Right.
Must just not have registered the whole bottle thing.
I guess not.
Guess not.
But yeah. Alright, so give me a second to roll the initiative for the.
I'm gonna get some water.
Then. Alright. I know that she just went to the kitchen to do.
No.
You're back? Okay.
Yeah, just got.
Okay. 2 giant dire rats. Like, think dire wolf size. One slightly larger than the other. Come out of a corner of the room. As you
The things we are meant to kill.
as you come into the space. And of course everyone comes into the room behind you, hearing the sound. So let me puppeteering. I hate puppeteering. Ladybug
Ladybug for
Yeah, but it's gonna
Candy.
take all of us.
Yeah.
Ladybug for her. Cataclysm for Tysius, and the green for Lapshia. Ooh. Tysius got 20. Okay. Four for her. And then and then 23 for Tysius. Okay.
Ellen only got 15.
All right. That was with your advantage for.
Yeah,
Okay.
because my first number was a 5.
Oh.
And then I rolled a 12.
Okay. And then what is Lapshia's? Oh.
I got a 6.
Okay. Okay. So, who said 6?
Fila.
Okay.
Ah. Yeah, glad I muted myself.
Oh, that was you?
The squeak?
Yeah.
Yes.
I barely heard it over my headphones. Have you rolled initiative yet, Rachel?
Yeah, 11.
All right. Ba-ba-ba. Okay. Good. No one's sharing turns. Yay. That's nice. I do not need that to be crossed out. I forgot to change the text formatting. Because I had went ahead and rolled initiative for another set of enemies in the sand room, but you didn't go into the zone of summoning them, so.
Oh god.
Yeah, there were a whole 5 more mephits if you had hit a certain spot in the room, but you didn't. So yay! All right, so it is Tysius's turn, and he is going to. Yeah. He's gonna yeet his axe across the room. 5 plus 7 is.
Yeet!
Yeah, he's just gonna yeet one of his axes across the room, and 5 plus 7 is 12. Yeah, 5 plus 7 is 12, and while it misses its mark, he misses. That doesn't stop him though. He just up and takes the other one and throws it across the room throws his other axe across the room like a silly, and actually hits the larger rat and does 10 points of damage on it. Yay! Okay. So Big Mama is minus 10. Okay. She's okay. Oh. And let's see. That's his. And he's gonna barrel across the room to. He's gonna use all of his speed and I'm just gonna say, because it's part of his movement, as a bonus action, going to try and trample the rat that he hit. She dodges, but he manages to get his axe out of the wall.
Nice.
And it takes, and because he moved into the space, the other dire rat, the smaller one, attacks him, and with an attack of opportunity, and does 10 damage. Yeah. It just bites him. Like, you did not. Okay, and so it is now Layla's turn. Like, just so y'all are aware, like 90% of the party is going before the rats.
Great.
Okay, that hits. Whatever she's about to do, it hits. I'm going to say that she does. She's just gonna use a cantrip, I think. No, we don't want to do Thunderwave, no. Ooh, this one's fun. It's not going to do it. She is going to cast Guiding Bolt. Layla just whips out her staff and points it at the rat that Tysius hit, and she does what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, dang. Okay.
I'm gonna have to re-ink these.
Okay. So she does a whopping 17 points of damage.
Nice.
The larger rat is already starting to look rough. And she is going to use her bonus action to cast a Shield of Faith around Tysius because he's right in the fray. Which gives him a +2 AC.
Nice.
Okay. And it is now Elwyn's turn.
All right.
Because she's a caster, she's going to stay back.
Guiding Bolt means advantage, right?
Guiding Bolt is a badass attack. A flash of light streaks towards a creature and does 46 radiant damage.
Mm-hmm.
And the next attack roll made against the target before the end of her next turn has advantage. So you are the next person and you have advantage.
Let's go.
So what you gonna do?
Okay. Just 2 13s in a row with my daggers. That is plus 17 to hit.
Hit.
And then without the modifier.
Okay, hold on. For some reason, you're cutting out.
Okay.
Okay, so you said 17 to hit.
Yeah, 17 to hit. I'll go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1d2. Oh, actually, that's not bad. 6 into 2.
How much?
6.
Okay.
And then blink back, going again.
All right.
Do I still get advantage?
It's only on the first attack, on the next attack.
Okay, then I'm guessing a 7 isn't gonna hit.
No.
That's okay. Blink back.
It still blinks back, and yeah, she's already looking really rough.
And that's it for my turn. I'm gonna stay where I am.
All right. Let's see, what else does Lopshita have available? She's next. All right. Hopefully, lucky ladybug dice. Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Lucky charm.
Yeah, here's hoping. Alright,
Hello.
okay, she was...
Oh. Can't have that.
Was it Tifa or Lilu?
Tifa howled, but Lily was the one causing issues.
Okay. She doesn't necessarily have them equipped, but I'm going to... I'm gonna say, because throwing a short sword is not a good idea, and she doesn't have the movement to get across the room. Ah, yes, there's the sneak attack. That's what I want. Okay. Oh yeah, that hits. And mixture 2d6. What's the dagger damage?
1d4 plus 2.
Thank you. I'm gonna double check, make sure that it's the same on hers. Just double check. And yeah, hers is actually 1d4 plus 4.
Lucky OMG.
Okay, so
Must be plus or something. I don't know.
I don't know. It's I think it's pure proficiency or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Must be.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right. She's aiming at the slightly smaller rat, partly because it's closest to Tysius. She throws one of her daggers at it, hits, and moves closer to be able to attack with her short sword. And it is now Anahita's turn.
Oh. Right. Which of the two rats is looking rougher?
The bigger one.
Big Mama.
Big Mama
Alright.
is her nickname. She's the bigger
Alright.
rat.
I'm gonna attack Big Mama then.
Alright. She's like,
Hey, Mama, you good?
that sounds like a
Oh.
lot of dice.
I just rolled 2 at once.
We are not opposed to that.
Nope.
I rolled a natural 20, so.
Awesome sauce.
Sweet.
Roll that
You
damage.
got a
Roll
crit.
more dice.
Do I have to roll to confirm?
Huh?
No.
I rolled a natural 20.
Oh,
You don't need to roll to confirm. You can either roll for your second or double your dice.
yeah. No,
Some people like to roll, some people like to just double.
I'm just saying
11.
double your dice total. Like roll your dice and double that, and then add your modifier.
Alright, so 10. So that'll be 12 damage.
All right. How you want to do this?
Oh, I get to kill it?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna slice his belly open. 'Cause
All
that's
right.
fun.
So you just rush up and
Things you learn about your teammate.
yep, and just eviscerate it. Disembowelment right there.
Hey, if it was bigger, I would probably specify that I try to slide up. I don't think I'm quite.
I mean, think dire wolf size, so it's a pretty large. It's a pretty large rat. Like, it's the size of a very, very large wolf, but just a rat. So I'm going to, let's see, what is her? Okay, 200. And you got the how you want to do this. So
Yeah, who all has gotten, how do you want to do Titius? And now Anahita.
yeah, on big creatures, because
Yeah.
the way I'm calculating, if the party if it's a grand total of 75 or more experience, and you're the one who lands the killing blow, you get extra.
Yeah.
Whether I say how you want to do this or not, you get an extra percentage of the XP earned. So give me just 1 second. Ba-ba-ba. They're both 200, so. So, okay, Big Mama is dead.
That's going on, Anahita.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Alright. Sorry, hold on.
That's fine.
Alright, so. Okay. Alright. Okay. So, all right. And with that, anything else you want to do?
Can I throw my dagger at the other one?
Yeah, I mean, with you rushing up and slicing, and I'm calling that as an executive that you were able to do that despite it being out of your movement range because you rolled that nat 20. The other rat is actually within your melee range now.
Well, I'm not gonna be able to hit it.
They haven't had a chance. They haven't had a chance to move or anything, so they're still in the exact same spot that they were in when you came in the room. And you missed.
Yeah, I rolled a 4.
Okay.
The dice decided I was too awesome.
Apparently. Okay. He's gonna screech and summon 15 more rats. I'm kidding. The dice.
Oh gosh.
I was about to say, what?
Oh,
You just killed his mate, like. Okay, that actually works out, because he's pissed at you in particular now, Anahita.
Oops.
He's going to do a bite attack, and I need you to do a strength save.
Oh no. This is gonna end badly. Oh, me. 15.
Alright. You manage to not get knocked prone, but you still take 10 points of piercing damage.
I said cutting words.
Okay, I did not hear that. For some reason, you are cutting in and out.
I did say cutting words though.
Okay. What is
So it's gonna be 1d6, I believe. Yeah, because that's my inspiration. It's my lap. And I'm gonna reduce the damage by half.
Alright, so instead of taking 10 points of damage, she just takes 5.
Oh, hey. It's a little nicer.
He has a mechanical mind.
Okay, I do not know why. I'm in the yellow. You're completely cutting out.
I'm in the green. I'm in green.
Okay.
She sounds fine.
Yeah.
That wander.
I don't know. But yeah, you were cutting in and out, so I barely was able to catch your numbers. So I do not know. Your cutting words cut the damage in half.
Yes.
Okay. It is now Zila's turn. Because Big Mama got killed before she had a turn.
I finished clearing off my desk and cleaning my desk before my turn came. And it's my work really messy.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, what?
Like,
Killed the big one.
the slightly
left.
smaller dire rat is next.
Alright.
Big
I'll
papa.
try to. Yeah, then I will, see if I can. Oh, yeah. Let's do. Oh, let's just keep going with the firebolt.
And here I am over here just like I'm just sitting here thinking she's gonna firebolt it. She's gonna firebolt it.
I mean, it's a cantrip.
Yeah, it's a cool cantrip. That's what it is too. Anyways,
No, it's all
proceed.
9.
That misses.
Yeah. Firebolt goes.
Firebolt goes.
Yeah, I made it! That was awesome!
Just a blast of fire, just boom, across the room. Okay, it is now Candy's turn. Unless you want to do something else. Still have a bonus action and movement. What? Okay. Runaway ladybug.
Zila stomps her foot in frustration.
Well, that's a free action. You've got a bonus action and some movement left.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any bonus skills.
Well, let's find out. Let me look.
Oh, you know what? I'm a tiefling. When things hit me, I can hit them back. Dang nabbit.
You Yeah. That's alright.
Yeah, there's a racial traits.
Yeah.
On under there. Interesting. I swear I remember. Maybe not. I remember.
Alright.
The subchondria under teeth. Anyway, so
that's
move. Let's see. What's the spell range? Oh yeah, out of range. 'Cause I can do firebolts from 100. So
Hang on, we lost the stream.
does anybody need healing? Not yet. Maybe.
Well, I mean,
Alright,
Tysius took 10 points of damage, Anahita took 5.
I mean, not that I can do it yet, but
Yeah.
if I can at least move over to them.
Yeah. The stream is being splotchy. I don't know why my internet is being weird, but I
mean,
have
especially since mine is just fine.
yeah, I have practically nothing going on here.
Keep up.
So yeah, Candy is going to. I need to look at her page. Whatever it is, she's gonna fail, but. Okay, yeah. What does she have that's a longer range that she could attempt? Ooh. Does Spike Growth have a... That is within range. Okay. Okay. She does not have to do attack roll on that, so that. And doesn't do much, but
Every little bit counts.
yeah, unfortunately this also applies to, because not really thinking, she just does what she feels like she can. Spike growth. And Anahita and Tysius also take 3 points of... Anahita, Tysius, and the rat take 3 points of piercing damage.
Ow.
3 points like you stepped on a freaking caltrop, man. Like, ah!
Or a D4.
Caltrop. Oh, yeah, a D4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, ow.
Yeah. Yeah. So that just happened. And that particular spot, that particular little corner now is difficult terrain. And if you move, if you take a step, you're gonna step on a thorn. So pleasant. Yeah. And she's going to move a little bit she's gonna move closer, basically into her as close to range for thorn whip as she can get. So that brings us to the top of the round with Tysius, and he's just like, what the what? And pulls his other axe out of Big Mama's corpse and swings. And that is, I hate puppeteering. Okay, yeah, that hits. And he does 26 plus 5. Oh. That's lame. Okay, 7 points. 6 points, rather. Okay, and then landed on itself. Okay. Oh, okay. And that's a D8 actually for the axe of Talamh. Okay, so he uses his bonus action to pull the other axe out of Big Mama's corpse. Because he's large, he manages not to move enough to step on another thorn. He swings his one axe that he already had in his hand onto the rat, hits, and then he lifts up the magic axe and swings it as he's picking it up, and just whonk. And grand total 6 plus 5 plus 6. So 17 points. Okay. Plus 12. Okay. 29. Okay. Alright, and that rat is looking rough. And it is now Layla's turn, actually.
Mm-hmm.
This is fun.
Yeah! Having a full-ass party. Having more people against dire creatures is fun. So much easier than being up against them like, ah!
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that hits. And that's 2d6. She casts Ice Knife. Layla casts Ice Knife. And 7, 8. Oh, okay. That's not even. I rolled the wrong dice. Well, okay. Hit or miss. Okay. There's mechanics to this attack that I didn't notice. Okay. Oh, it fails. Okay. So, 1d10 instead of 2d6. Ooh. And at the same time, Oh, that's lame. Okay. Well, okay. Takes 1d10 piercing damage. Hit or miss, the shard then explodes. Okay. Okay, so 1 and then it takes 2d6. Oh, okay, that works. Okay, 11, 12. Okay, so it takes a grand total of 12 cold damage. Yes. God, I don't know how do you want to do this. Oh, God. She just, excuse me as I DM this. Because, my NPC got the how you want to do this. Not intentional! Not my intention! Okay, Layla, she takes a small vial she pulls out a small vial that had water in it, and she drips a drop of the water onto her staff, and then she swings her staff and basically flings the water across the room, and it expands and sharpens into a knife that goes right between the rat's eyes and goes kaboom and basically explodes his brain with shards of ice.
But I wanted to do that with fire.
I wanted to do it with a thunder wave.
And that's that. That was all the enemies that were in the room. However, I'm not taking the initiative down.
Oh dear.
Both of you that have advantage on initiative get this feeling that it's not over. Namely, you and Elwyn and Layla both have initiative on.
Advantage on initiative.
Y'all have advantage. So y'all basically hear and just like all around feel it coming. You all hear
Bless
this,
you.
and then after a moment.
The great.
Oh, that's not too bad. I'm gonna do them all swarms though. And then you hear. I'm gonna do 3 grand total. Oh. Okay.
Are we getting swarmed?
Yes. Only with 3. Only with 3 swarms. Because I did 3d6 and they all landed on ones. Okay. So.
Not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah. Nowhere near as bad as it could have been. But in context, you guys literally just killed their alphas.
Oh, great.
As far as the non-sentient rats go. So, out of the corner that there's, Anahita, you'll notice this because you're right there. There's a small hole in the wall in the corner one can only assume that it's coming out of in the ground, not connected to this, but it's basically a rat hole. One swarm comes out of there, and automatically, because basically the caltrops are still up, they automatically take damage because they come out of the hole into that area. So, okay. And I'm gonna say that those are the ones that one's the one that takes 9 damage. Okay. And then 18, sharing a turn with Layla. Okay. Okay. So, and then 2 other groupings of rats come out of the woodwork. One from behind where y'all came in where y'all came into the room, and one from the archway that's on the other side of the there's a hallway on the one side of the room. Let me if the stream is hopefully still up. Okay. In the room, there's another archway off to the side. Sharp right from entering the room. Another swarm of rats came in from that hole. And it is Elwyn's turn.
Okay. The group of rats closest to me, I'm going to move to where I am out of range of my compatriots.
Okay.
And casting Thunderwave at level 2.
Okay.
I need a con save.
Alright. See on that?
14.
Okay.
Three.
Okay. Hold on. For some reason, I'm in the red again. Hold on. Okay. Repeat that.
3d8.
Alright.
So far we've got 10, 18 points of thunder damage.
Alright. And that's the... That would probably be the one that came in the...
And I'm burning a Titan Surge for an additional point of radiant damage.
Alright. So that's 19. Alright.
And they're all knocked back.
They're all knocked.
Into the...
Okay, I have no idea why you're cutting in and out. Like, I don't have clear audio on anyone suddenly.
And I lost the stream again on my end.
Yeah, it's red. Like, I have no idea what the frack is going on with my computer. I'm going to, again, the full session will be up on YouTube later. So, whatever's going on with...
I'm closing out my windows.
Okay. Well, I mean, your windows don't have any effect on what's going on with my computer, because you're apparently not having any issue and I'm having all the issues.
Okay.
So, okay. The rats have the one swarm that you attacked has been basically knocked out of the room.
Well, I was gonna say knocked into the caltrops.
Well, they're on completely opposite sides of the room.
Fair
Like,
enough. Okay.
the caltrops are in the far corner, across from where you guys came in. Like,
All right. Well.
and then there's the one group came in on one group came in with the caltrops. One came in behind you guys, and one came in.
All right. Well, either way, they're knocked back 10 feet.
So
Any of the.
one of the groups is back out of the room for a moment. And I'm starting to get really frustrated with my computer. Okay. Okay, so that's 18, 19 points of damage. Alright. Anything else you want to do?
There's nothing else I can do.
Alright, so Lachia is going to Rush, she's going to basically because I'm puppeteering here, basically going to have her call to Tyzius, using her bonus action to call to Tyzius and get him to throw her dagger at her, or to her rather. I need to. Oh yeah, he doesn't actually hit her with it. He manages to throw the dagger towards her. It clatters to the ground at her feet. She picks it up and she throws it at one of the. Let's see. I'm gonna say the group that you just attacked, because technically it's still in range from where she's standing, and it takes 6 points of damage. So 6. Okay, that particular swarm, as it the last two or three rats in the group shamble in. Yeah. So that happened. Zila.
Gonna do what I always do.
Firebolt him.
Anybody healing, or we're doing all that?
Tyzus is looking a little rough-ish, but he'll be okay.
Just to do something other than firebolt. Let's go ahead. Really. So healing word for Tyzius.
All right.
Jaguar. For 6 points of healing.
All right.
See? I can do cleric theme.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else you want to do?
That's good for now.
All right. So that puts us at Candy. And one of these ones. Green for Candy, pink for the swarm. Okay. The swarm fails. She rolled a nat 20. So, what's the damage on the Thorn Whip? Because she got in range of the particular spot, and of the corner, and she's gonna attack that group that's in her range. Okay, so 1d6. Okay, that's 5 damage. Okay. Alright. Will you stop clicking things that I don't want to click? 14. Okay. Okay. So that happens with that, and the other swarm, not the one that's the one that hasn't taken any damage at all. Just and goes into the room and tries to attack the nearest person, which would be somebody, but it fails, so it doesn't matter. It rolled a 4.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna hit anybody.
Nobody gets hit, so it's just
Yeah, pathetic.
like, even with, like, it rolled a 4 and it's +2 to hit, so it got a grand total of 7. So it failed. In its endeavor to attack anybody or do anything useful other than screech and whine and rat. So it is that dice is not liking puppeteering, so okay. 9 is +8. Okay, yeah, that hits. And he Tysius just swings one of his axes at he swings the bigger axe of Camleon at the swarm that's right beside him in the caltrops, as we're calling them. And that's 1d8. Okay, come here. D8. Oh! And he just basically just slices through the last of the rats in that swarm, I believe. Oh, nope, there's still a couple left. Yeah, there's still a couple left in that little group. However, because they didn't have the good sense to move, well, they try and escape, but the rest of them basically impale themselves on the caltrops. Yeah. And it is Layla's turn. And that is a 6 plus. Load. Thank you. Okay. Layla is going to Ooh. Layla is going to turn around and move to where she can get into range, and she oh yeah, that fails. Okay. She bangs her staff on her shield like a gong, and 7 of the I'm gonna say the rats that you guys that have taken the most damage, they screech and fall dead as this thunderous gong type sound, like somewhere between a gong and a clap of thunder, just rattles the walls, and little pebbles fall off of the ceiling and everything. And that is that an action or a bonus action? That is an action. Oh no, that's not. Okay, because that's an action, not her bonus action. And the okay, I know that I have at least one good bonus action spell that's not healing. Yeah. And she da 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 da. Okay. Spellcasting ability modifier, force damage. Okay. So that's not a roll to attack. That's just it takes fracking damage thing. Okay. Give me a D8. Good D8. Okay, I'll use Compass. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba. She and then she immediately okay, yeah. 5 plus 4 on the other one. And then she summons a spiritual weapon, which takes on the form of basically just like almost as if the pebbles that are falling from the ceiling just kind of congeal into this glowing club, into this glowing bludgeoning mass. But it's not actually the pebbles. It's just that's just how it seems by appearance. And then it's 5 plus 4, so that's 9. And it just whacks the remaining group of rats. And it is now Elwyn's turn.
How many rats are left in total?
Let's see. It's one swarm left. And if we assume that each hit point of the swarm is 1 rat, that's 27 minus 9. There are 18 rats. Grand total. That have just been clubbed by
Okay, give me a
Layla.
Give me a con save. I'm doing another thunder.
Alright.
Level 1. Find out back here. Stupid dice. Alright, DC's 14.
Okay. I completely totally spaced. Okay, hold on. What up? Oh. They roll a 14.
Ah, that's just what they needed. They'll take half damage then.
Alright. Oh yeah, she did thunderclap, not thunder wave. Okay. So much thunder!
Hey,
Because she just
guys.
cast what she did with her shield was thunderclap.
And I just cast Stun away
Yep.
for 4 points of damage reduced to 2,
All right.
which is fine. Every little bit helps.
Yep. Anything else you want to do?
Can I cast a cantrip as a bonus action?
If it's casting time is a bonus action.
You mean one action?
1 BA.
Oh, well, no.
Yeah.
Darn. Oh well.
Because the casting time R is the reaction as a reaction if you get attacked.
Yeah.
A
No, I
is
don't have
action.
anything.
Bonus
I don't
action.
have anything.
Okay. All right.
I can just move away from it.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move away from it, and that's it.
Well, it is not in melee range. It's not in immediate melee range of you, so it doesn't get a reaction. So that's good. And will you cooperate, computer? I know it's difficult for you. Frackin' do it. Okay. I'm going to say that Lapshia is close to it, and grab her. Boom. 3. Okay. Yeah, that misses. No matter what her hit is, it misses. Well, actually, 9. Hold on. Okay, Swarm of Rats is... Oh, dang. Okay. That barely misses, then. Okay. Well, hold on. Yeah, that misses. Okay. Lapshia swings her sword, but the rats manage to dodge. She moves close. She moves into immediate range and swipes, and they dodge. All right. Anahita.
Okay. Okay. So, there's none near me left, right?
No.
So I have to get over to some. Alright. Can I get over there? In one move?
Yes.
Alright.
Should be able to.
Let's attack.
Alright.
Not left. Ooh! 21 to hit.
Oh yeah, that hits.
For 7 damage.
Alright. So that's... Alright. The swarm is dwindling very much. It's looking really, really rough. Alright, and then it is... Anything else you want to do?
No, I'm just gonna call it that.
Alright, Zila.
Yeah. That's what we got left.
Just the couple of rats from that swarm left.
Fireball! Firebolt! Sorry.
Fireball! She's like, fireball! Firebolt, okay.
Well, if you allow me to do a spell I don't have, I'll go for it.
No. Nope.
Oh no! Come back. Oh, poop. 10.
Yeah, the the rest of the remaining rats are crispy critters.
Sweet, because I got a full 10 points of damage on that.
Yeah. They're
It was-
crispy critters.
Yeah.
And there is nothing left in the room.
Yay.
And there was much rejoicing.
Mhm.
Okay.
It's midnight here.
Yeah. I would say let's call that a evening, and
Yeah.
maybe like potentially retreat back to a safer spot and to kind of recover from that a little bit, and we'll like not necessarily another short rest, but yeah,
Or we could just pick up from here.
yeah,
Or next.
that we could do too. So I'm gonna calculate up XP and everything and call it a night, and